This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from the King's Resort. This is the Euro Poker Millions. In seat 1, we have Gianni Siklet. Seat 2, Zamir Kovakis. Seat 3, AM436. Seat 4, Modezu. Seat 5, Alan Hostetler. We have Alberto Campanilla. Seat 8, Mikas Alexandris, and seat 9 we have Mihai Sylvester. My name is Action Dan. I am your host and commentator for the Poker Millions, the Euro Poker Millions. This is day 2. The small blind when we get the action underway is 20,000. Big blind 40,000 with a 40,000 running big blind ante. Hope you are all very well this evening. Delighted to be joined in the booth with you once again. Hello to the Twitch chat, the Action Army. Let's get it going. Cards are going to be in the air momentarily. We've got action. The Euro Poker Millions live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Day 2 is underway. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen there are 83 players remaining from a starting field of 2,258. You can see in the bottom right hand corner of your screen how much is in the pot in that little circle, how many hands I've commentated on during the day. The blinds and the antes are in small writing to the left hand side of that circle. First hand, Modesu waking up with the Jeffries in the hijack, playing a stack of just under 50 big blinds to start the hand. And Alberto calling with the deuces on the button. That will bring Mihai Sylvester along in the big blind. Three-way action to the flop. The flop is ace, jack, deuce, spades. The option on Modesu from the hijack, flopping the set of jacks. What an action killer on this turn. Fourth spade hitting the board. 615k in the middle now. It is Mihai going in the lead on the turn with his flush with the Queen of Spades. The call of 250k on the turn. The pot well over $1 million now. This is a huge pot for the first hand of the day, guys. Look at this, 1.365 million as we see the river. All three players still in the hand. The 9 of clubs hitting on the river. It is Mihai going to pick this one up. Nice pot for him from the big blind. He will be playing a whopping stack of almost 100 big blinds now. Good evening to the moderator, Apocalypse UK. Thank you for joining us on this September evening, or October evening even, only 2 weeks away from Halloween. Evening KM and all the other regulars in the Action Army.
And the raise coming from early position from Hofstetter will take down the blinds and antes on that one. Hofstetter certainly not shy about putting chips in the middle. Did place an epic hand last weekend, if you remember. And he even laid down queen pre-flop where his opponent would have turned a set with a pocket pair holding two tens. Interesting scenes developed in that one. High raising to 110k with 10-8 of hearts. Oh, Desu folding, Mihai taking down that one. Hello, Bektan TG. Good evening. Just in time. Come on in. The water's lovely. Stream has just started. Alberto picking up ace, king of hearts from under the gun. And Justinus back at our table. A King's Resort reg. And Hostetler flopping top pair. Raising the small continuation bet from Alberto with just one heart on the flop. 3 hearts to a flush, would need 2 more. Hostetler, not wanting him to get there cheaply, is going to raise it up. We'll take down that one. The raise to 85k from the Jack 10 of diamonds of Alexandros. Just astonishing numbers in this field. 2,258 runners. But back to the action here. Modestu, ace, king of spades on the button, playing 38 big blinds to start the hand. 85k from the call, but I predict we will see him bump it up. We are running a special promotion just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. Find out all the information about that merchandise and indeed the resort itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. Modestu is not messing around here, just deciding to cram it all in for just over 1.5 million with the ace king of spades. We'll get Mikas Alexandros to fold his jack 10 of diamonds. Gianni limping from early position with the king jack off suit. Alberto likes his price for 20k more, even though he's got 8 high. 8-5 off suit will call the additional 20k. Hello, Johan the man. Good evening. And Alexandros checking in the big blind with 5-4. Jack 9 deuce, the flop. Gianni with the toppest of pairs. Jack kicker or king kicker bets and takes that one down. Justinas raising from early position. Queen 10 off suit. 85k to go. Hostetler wants to see a flop with the 8-6 off suit from the cutoff. We'll call the 85k with a whopping 148 big blinds behind, playing almost 6 million. Playing 6 million to start the hand. So heads up to the flop. The flop is 4 deuce deuce. Not much in it for either player, but Justinas checking over to Hostetler. Hostetler going to fire. Justinas calling. This one getting interesting as we hit the turn with nearly 500,000 chips in the middle. The turn is the Queen of Clubs. Turn goes check, check quickly. Justina's checking the river, which was the King of Diamonds. It happened so quick, I can't even call the action. King of Diamonds immediately goes check on the river. Hostetler giving up immediately. 440k going in the way of Justinas. The orange chips are 5k, blue chips 25k, white 100k, pink 500k, and yellow 1 million. The 100k, 500ks, or the 500k and the 1 million are not in play yet. So the chips you see in front of the players at the minute are the orange, the green, and the white. $75 players remaining now. Average stack 1.8 million currently. And Justina's liking the Queen 10 offsuit once more, raising to 80k this time. Modesu calling. Jack 10 of spades. Hostetler calling in the hijack. Mihai in the small with a very upable ace queen offsuit, playing almost 100 big blinds. I do think we are going to see him raise. He is reaching for somewhere in the region of about 400k. 380k is the raise. Now Modesu is getting out of the way. Hostetler might want to see a flop with the size of his stack. Mihai having the guts of 100 big blinds to start the hand. Flop is King Jack 4. No help to Hostetler. No help to Mihai either, but he does has the initiative, the betting lead, and a good shot straight draw to go with his ace queen. Goes for a bet of 450k. Surprise, surprise, ace king is back. 10 bigs for AM 436. Picks up the ace king, moves it all in. Great hand to pick up when you're so short stacked, just over the 10 big blind mark. Hostetler asking for a count. King Jack of diamonds goes into the muck. Alexandros, the cutoff, ace 10 off suit. playing 20 big blinds to start the hand. Everybody folding. Blinds and antes going to AM. Will add 100k to his stack just by taking down the blinds and antes. I talk about this all the time on this stream. So important to be picking up those blinds and antes when you're have such a short stack yourself. Important to pick up the blinds and antes anytime, but you can see he's adding 20% to his stack just by not going to showdown. Although you're not minding a call when you've got such a strong hand, that's for sure. Odesu, King Jack of Diamonds, 41 big blinds. Start the hand. Raised to 85k, going all the way around. Justinas in the small folds, A4 clubs and around to the big blind of Samir. Queen 6 off suit, 20 big blinds to start the hand. Decides he wants to see a flop for 45k more, 230k in the middle. The flop is Ace, Jack, 7, 2 spades. Updated the chip counts there. You see top 2 big stacks at the table playing well over 100 bigs each. No one too short, just not two players, just AM with 13 bigs, Justinas with 18, Samir 19, Alexandros 19, Gianni 28, Alberto 44, and Modestu with 44 also. Modestu with the pocket aces, the Rockets under the gun. The 85k raise from Modestu gets called by Alberto with ace 3 of diamonds. And the flop is Queen, Jack, 8, 1 diamond. Aces of Modesu. Bets 110k, getting called by Alberto with the back doors. Turn coming the king of spades, a $500,000 this pot now on the turn. Modesu checking on the turn. Alberto piecing together a bet size of 260k. Pot now $1 million with the deuce of spades hitting the river. The option on Modesu. Checking over to Alberto, who decides to wave the white flag. Will muck his hand the board, getting too scary. Flushes completing on that river, straights completing on that turn. 2 pairs. Decided he was done with it after he bet the turn of 260,000. Hostetler calling under the gun with king queen offsuit. This man capable of playing very unconventionally. Gianni calling in the hijack for 40k. Justinas in the cutoff decides he's coming along for the ride with 10-9 offsuit. AM getting a fantastic price to complete his option in the small. Does do just that. Modesu will check his queen 5 offsuit. So we have 5-way action to the flop. The flop is queen 5 deuce. This is an action flop. Pair, top pair for Gianni, top pair for Hostetler, 2 pair for Modesu. Action. The action started from Hostetler betting 175k. The The open ender as well. What a crazy hand. Now AM with the open ender and just 10 big blinds. There is a flush draw on board, and he is having to give it careful consideration as Hostetler betting into so many opponents. Does decide to just call. Desu surely going to raise. Puts it together. 425k now to go. Now Hostetler, we know, is capable of making huge laydowns, but when he's this deep and it's 300k more from the call, I predict we will see him call one more bet. He's got AM to worry about behind. However, AM only has 240k behind. Wow. Told you he's capable of making big laydowns. That is a fantastic laydown. Modestu holding two pair. And AM looking so strong, just calling the 175, leaving himself a 240 behind. The problem is now, yeah, he's just committed. He's going to get the bad news. But you can see he still has over 40% to win this pot now of 1.245 million. Turn the 8 of spades. That changes things. 77% now for Modestu to knock out AM. The river, the ace of spades. AM gets a hell of a double up. Double up and then some. Double up and some cheese on top. What a moment for him with 72 players remaining. Sick river for Modestu, but this game is sick, ladies and gentlemen. That is why we love and hate it all the same. Hostetler still out in front. What an incredible laydown by Hostetler. He just knew the action behind him just didn't seem right to him. Finds a way of getting rid of top pair. Might look like it's an easy enough fold, but when you're in game there and you've that much chips, I thought we would personally see him call the additional 300k and see a turn, but getting away from it on the flop, very nice play by Hostetler. Samir raising from the cutoff to 105k with the king-queen offsuit. Hostetler coming along for 65k more with the ace-7 offsuit. Flop is 10, 3, deuce, 2 diamonds. Hostetler ahead with the ace high. Samir with good backdoor possibilities, but he checks back relatively quickly. 270k in the middle as we see the turn card, which is the 4 of clubs. Straight draw now for Hostetler to go with his ace high. Pieces together a bet of 80k. Quite a small sizing, a blockerish type value bet. Does call the river coming to 10 of clubs. Hostetler on a fire again. Looks like a small sizing, 150k. 175k. Samir just with king high here. And it is a significant portion of his stack. It's 100. He'll be left with 10 blinds if he calls this one. Doesn't believe Hostetler will call for 175k and will be left with 10 big blinds. Hostetler somehow getting 2 streets there. The board pairing on the river and all. Nice play by Hostetler. And Samir raising to 110k from the hijack with ace king of clubs. Hostetler in the small pocket sevens. Coming in hot with the 3-bet to 520k. Just committing himself to Samir. Action. All in and call. 870k in the middle. Samir with the ace king of clubs. Hostetler pocket sevens. Fair fight. Samir needing some help or with his ace king of clubs. Hostetler looking to hold with his pocket sevens. Flop is 6-5 deuce. Great flop for Hostetler. 72% now for his sevens to hold. Samir needing help. The turn does not bring it. It is the queen of spades. 1 card away for Samir's fate to be sealed. The river is the 10 of clubs. No help to Samir. Hostetler will take that one down, eliminate a player, and we will have 71 players remaining. Hostetler getting involved again, this time with the ace-jack offsuit from the button to 90k. Alberto, with the reduced price in the small, wants to see a flop for 70k more with king deuce of hearts. And Alexandros in the big blind queen 10 offsuit, 50k more for him to call. Will call for an additional 50k, and we will see a flop 3 ways. Flop is ace, 8, deuce, all spades. Hostetler way out in front, neither of his opponents holding a spade. He has top pair, jack kicker, will bet 175. Alberto can't continue with his deuce on that board. Alexandros coming up short. Another pot goes to Hostetler. Just 2 players underneath the 20 big blind mark. Justinas and Alexandros. 2 players over the 100 big blind mark. Mihai with 110. Hostetler, by far our chip leader, playing 6.3 million, which is good for 158 big blinds currently. $69 players remaining now as blinds go up. Small blind 25k, big blind 50k, with a 50k running big blind ante. Alberto raising with the 8-4 offsuit, will take his blinds and antes. Aggressive open gets the job done, and that will do for Alberto. Hostetler not going to be slowing down with his aggression. This time 6-5 offsuit from the hijack is good for a raise to 105,000. Alberto going to call in the cutoff with ace-jack offsuit. Mihai from the small pocket sevens will come along for the reduction price of 80k. Gianni is in for the ride, in for a penny, in for a pound, 55k more, calling with the king 5 offsuit. Action 4 ways. The flop is ace 6 3 2 spades. Would flop for Alberto. Just 1 overcard for Mihai. But Hostetler is betting into 3 players with the 6-5. So it is Hostetler and Alberto heads up to the turn. The turn coming in shrubs for Hostetler. With 6 of diamonds giving him trips, and there's 2 flush draws on board, so I predict he will get paid here by Alberto. And they're essentially playing for stacks. Alberto just with pot behind. Moves it all in for 5k, less than a million. Hostetler will be calling this one, just asking for a price. Looks back at his cards before putting in 715k more. And Hostetler is running hot at this feature table. The river, the jack of diamonds, no help to Alberto. Alberto has been eliminated. Hostetler will win that big pot. And 66 players will remain. Average stack now over 2 million. All players guaranteed €2,375. And the Euro Poker Millions does exactly what it says on the tin. Because like once again, we'll be giving out loads of World Series of Poker Europe tickets. Come in the top 12 remaining in this Euro Poker Millions, and you will get €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe ticket. First prize, however, is €130,500. Justina's taking that one down with the rejam at Ace Queen off suit. What a fantastic event. The numbers for this one, just crazy. Mammoth numbers for the Euro Poker Millions this weekend. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. If you are just tuning in, this is day 2 of the Euro Poker Millions. My name is Action Dan. I am your host and commentator for this event. $71 players got paid. No, way more than 71 players got paid, with 66 players remaining. That's what I'm trying to say. All players guaranteed €2,375. The average stack just a tad over 40 big blinds. Loads more action to come tonight. Gianni raising the full 3x with ace jack off suit from the button. AM will fold. Folded all the way around to the small blind of AM. Queen 8 off suit. Will call the 25k more. Will they suit? Queen deuce of hearts. Checks his option. Flop is king, king 8. AM flopping the best of it here. Had the best of it to begin with. Out kicking his opponent. Astonishing to think the buy-in for this was €500, generating a prize pool of over $1 million. The winner of this event taking down well over 100 grand, €130,500, and of course that €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. The raise from the hijack coming from Gianni. This time 3x once more with the ace-6 of clubs. Hostetler in the big blind. Good hand to just rejam here if I'm Hostetler. Our opponent 3xing looks strong, but he's already shown a propensity to put in this kind of raise size. So I would just stick it on him. Especially with these positions. Does elect to call. This is the problem with sevens. You are rarely going to be looking at a flop that doesn't contain overcards to your pocket pair. Gianni betting 200k. Hostetler forced to let that one go. And the rejam there would have just got Gianni to fold. And Hostetler could have just took down his 3 big blinds. Keeping his own big blind, the small blind. And of course the important ante. It all adds up, folks. It all adds up. Hostetler raising to 250k from the small. Essentially just putting Alexandros all in. All in call action. 1.2 million in the middle. All in the fella, all in the other fella. 10-8 of clubs of Hostetler plays the ace-king offsuit of Alexandros. Basically a 60-40 in the ace-king's favor. The flop 5-4-3. Turn is the 10. Hostetler way out in front now. Alexandros needing help. Does not get it with the 4 of hearts. Alexandros has been eliminated in 66th place. Hostetler will win another pot, eliminate another player, and put his chip lead well above the 7 million mark. Look at the amount of chips in front of this man. Incredible stack size to have in the Euro Poker Millions with less than 100 players left. 65 players remaining, as I just declared. Smile on Hostetler's face. He needs to hold on to those chips. Hostetler on the button. 8.245 million is his stack size. Just good for 165 big blinds. Give or take. He calls from the button. Seven four deuce, bet a 75k by Mihai. Will take this one down. See people in the Twitch chat on about the blind v blind spot a moment ago. It is super standard stuff. Now Stetler can certainly afford to take a few hits with that stack. He can afford a few whacks here and there. And if you know this man and have seen him play on these streams before, you realize he is a King's Resort reg. He does play very unconventionally. I've seen him make some huge folds, seen him make some huge calls. They're the kind of players I like commentating on. They don't know what they're going to do next. They can be quite unpredictable, very entertaining nonetheless. And I always say, a shy baby don't get no sweets, and he's certainly not shy. Very much a field player who go with his gut on based on how he's feeling in the moment. I couldn't believe we seen him lay down a hand as strong as Queen's pre-flop. He is capable of making some big hero calls and folds, as I just said, but they're based on his instincts. There's a lot going on there. You've seen him in that hand where he just folded top pair a few hands ago, about an orbit ago. A lot of players would not just be folding king, queen in that spot. Winning a flip doesn't make you a donk. Oh, lol, indeed. I'm going to get that on a t-shirt. That's gold. I'm stealing that one. Mihai calling 110k from the raise of Modesu. Modesu from the hijack with 10-8 of spades. Heads up to the flop, it looks like. 5-3 deuce is that flop. Now, this is interesting. Mihai with the raise to 280k from the button will get Odesu to fold his 10 high. And that's a nice raise by Mihai. An interesting choice of cards to do it with. The King Queen offsuit getting the job done on 5-3 deuce rainbow. Justinas moving all in from the small blind, and the new player at our table, Liviu Scutaru, asking for a count. It's a very callable hand with King 10 offsuit and the big to a small blind jam. About 13 or 14 big blinds. 13.5 is the bet, all in the fella from the small. Liviu playing just 22 big blinds himself, but this is a good opportunity to try knock out a player and get some chips going for ourselves. You're going to be dominating a lot in the big blind with this King 10. If not, we are against a hand as strong as the one Justinas has. We still going to win just over 1/3 of the time. Pieces it together, sticks it in, all in the fella, all in the other fella. Action, Justinas all in with ace queen off suit. Liviu Scutaru calling with the King 10 off. 1.4 million in the middle. Big moment for both players in this tournament. Liviu will be back down to 10 big blinds should he lose this hand. Justinas needing his ace queen offsuit to hold for this pot of nearly 30 big blinds. And we see the flop. Flop is 9-4 deuce rainbow. No help to Liviu. Has got some backdoors working for him, as well as the king and the 10. Justinas needing to hold to turn the jack of clubs. Never easy. Justinas way out in front as we hit the river. The river is the 8 of hearts. Liviu will take a significant hit to his stack, but a necessary one in my opinion. Liviu now the shortest stack at the table, playing under 10 big blinds. Gianni 22, AM 24, Justinas 28, Odesu 29, Mihai 91, and out in front with 166 big blinds is Hostetler. Mihai pocket nines in the hijack. Raising it up to 125k. Hostetler raising to 130k from under the gun with 6-3 of clubs. Loosey-goosey, but he can certainly afford it. His stack could devour most stacks at this table. Justinas calling with the king 10 of spades. Liviu Skutaru getting out of the way. Desu in the big. King 8 of clubs. Just 80k more for him to call and see a flop. Does call 465k in the pot now as we see the flop 3 ways. Flop is Jack 8 5 1 club. Modesu with the best of it here, but it is Hostetler putting his chips to work to the tune of 205,000. Justinas out of the way. Desu with the call. Turn coming the 7 of clubs. Really interesting card here. But it goes check, check really quickly. The river is the 8 of spades. The club would have been a disaster on that river for Hostetler. As it stands, he might pretty much lose the minimum after betting the flop 205k. Desu's going to put a bet together. Hostetler won't be calling with 6 high. Might think he could get his opponent to fold if he was to put a bet in over the top, blocking the straight with the 6 in his hand, but better spots to be turning our hand into a bluff than this one. The board pairing on the river and our opponent only having 800k behind. Justinas raising to 300k. Get everyone to fold for that sizing.
Also, but on the line.
And the raise from AM to 110k with the ace-10 off suit from the cutoff. Gonna get around to Nikki in the big blind. Nikki, king-7 of clubs. Calls for 60k more. Flop is king 10-8, both with a pair. Nikki's pair is better. Nikki stuffs it on him, all in the fella. "60 players remain. Mihai, ace-8 of diamonds. Everyone folding around to Hostetler. with the pocket rockets on the button. Oh my word. Action. Nicky with the Cowboys. Hostetler with the Rockets. Both with big stacks. Hostetler 4 betting to 2 million, it looks like. This is sick. Nicky 5-bet jamming. Hostetler calling with the Rockets. This pot has 8.27 million in it. Nicky needing to get lucky with the Kings of Kings. Hostetler set to have 12 million chips, which is good for over 250 big blinds. Flop is 9-7-3. Turn is the 9 of clubs. And the river is the 7 of spades. Bing, bang, boom. Just like that, Nicky gets moved to the table and has 80 odd big blinds and loses them immediately to this man there, or this man here, Hostetler, who is building a pyramid of chips in front of him. That could rival that of the pyramids in Egypt. This is amazing how much chips he has at this stage of the tournament. With 59 players remaining now, he is going to have between 12 and 13 million. The big blind still only 50k. Monster stack. There it is, 12 million. 240 big blinds. Liviu, our shortest stack, the only player with under 10. Mihai with 94 is the only one that's slightly contending with Hostetler. Then Biankowski with 40 odd blinds, and everyone below that mark. Flop, or the average is now 2.3 million, just under it. And it has been the Alan Hostetler show so far. What a start for this man. It's so sick to think you could be playing out of your socks, playing amazingly for 2 days straight, get moved to the feature table, have the guts of 100 big blinds, and just bing, bang, boom, you're on the rail within a couple of hands. That is just the way poker goes sometimes. Poker does not care about your feelings. It is a ruthless industry. Folded all the way around to the small blind of Gianni. The raise with the ace-4 offsuit to 125k. Justina's calling, 9-6 offsuit. Queen Jack 7-3 is the board. Gianni checking twice. Justina's betting 100k on this turn. Gianni with a strange bluff raise with ace high here on Queen Jack 7-3 with ace 4. Will eke out a small bit of value he seems to have got from Justina's bluffing on this turn with 9 high. Raise from the pocket sixes to 125k. Modestu calling 125k. Liviu in the big blind, 75k more for him to call to see a flop of Queen 8 offsuit. 450k in the middle. We see a flop 3 ways. The flop is King 4 3 2 diamonds. He will take that one down. Around to Biankowski. Ace King off suit. 40 big blinds in his stack. Raises to 115k. Liviu with the last of his readies across the line for 295,000 with pocket nines. Jankowski calling. So all in and call. 690k in the middle. Classic flip. Although some cards have been folded, so Liviu 63% here, Jankowski 37. Eight, six, deuce, all clubs is the flop. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. Liviu set to double up here. Jankowski needing trouble, or in trouble and needing help. River the 5 of hearts does not help. The ace king. Liviu double up. Just shy of 14 big blinds. 58 players remaining now. See, the blinds are up once more. Small blind now, 30,000. Big blind, 60,000 with a 60,000 running big blind ante. Pocket tens of Jankowski. Raising to 125k. Just over the min. Me high, early position, king queen off suit. The call from AM, pocket fours on the button. Modestu now in the small pocket jacks. Has a stack where he could just move all in, but it looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Both are fine. Probably prefer to jam personally, but no harm in trying to get some more value from the Jeffries. 3-betting to 525k, which is quite a committing raise. He's got 1.2 million just under it behind. 400k more for Mihai to call. Not a great spot for him to be in. If it was suited, it'd be better to see a flop here. Modestu not having that much behind in relation to our own stack. We'll fold back on AM. Also Modestu committing himself to AM stack, so therefore his 3-bet will look stronger. Modestu kind of having to have a hand there. The way it played out. Modestu raising to 130k. From the button, ace deuce off. Benkowski in the big blind. King 8 of diamonds. He will see a flop for 70k more. What was Jack 5-3, 2 spades. Modestu betting 120k with his good shot straight draw to go with his ace high. Not much in it here for Benkowski. Will release. Jerry Fall asks, do I think Hostetler is playing that big stack to good effect? I think we will see him being very active. He can just shut up shop for the rest of the night if he really wanted to. I don't think that that's his style, and I don't think that that's what we will see him do. I've commentated on him at the feature table 3 or 4 times now, and that's just not really the way he plays. He's very much a field player. And with a stack of that size, he can afford to make a few feeler bets, to say the least. Also, with a stack of that magnitude, he can put a lot of pressure. He can put pressure on anyone at this table if he so chooses to do so. It is Modestu raising to 130k, not player previous with the 3 deuce off suit. Binkowski from the small blind. Ace 9 off suit. And 42 of the Euro Poker Millions Day 2 live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Things are starting to heat up. If you're just joining us, plenty more action to come. The 3-bet coming from Binkowski. Sort of small-ish 3-bet sizing, out of position here. Modestu with the decision, 200k more for him to call. He could just stuff it on his opponent here. I don't predict we will see him fold for this price. He is getting 3-1 right off the bat. To see a flop with the ace-jack at the very least. Releasing would just be a little too weak here. Jamming or calling are both fine. Just depends on how strong he thinks his opponent is. 3-betting to this size from the small blind. Does decide to just call. Will be 780,000 in this pot as we will see the flop. Modestu against Binkowski. And Binkowski flopping big-ish hand. Top is to pairs, albeit just a 9 kicker, but the pot is nearly 800k with playing a stack of 1.4 million behind. Flop goes check, check, and that's a disaster card from Modestu. That's an amazing card for Binkowski. He now has 2 pair and the nut flush draw. What a difference a card makes in this game. Now he's reaching. To be fair, had Binkowski bet the flop, Modestu most likely will just call. He might just move all in. There's no avoiding that turn card for Modestu, whether he bet or check. He did check, and that's a horrible turnout. That 9 of hearts hitting. Modestu will call the turn most likely here for that price. And re-evaluate on the river with over 1 million in this pot already. gives his opponent a suspicious look. Oh my god, that's disaster. The ace of diamonds hitting the river. It is going to be near impossible for Medesu to get away from trip aces with a jack kicker. Although when Binkowski shoves, it's going to look pretty strong. Unless he goes for a smaller sizing than all in, but he only has just under pot left behind. Maybe he goes for half pot sizing, leaving himself with about 500k behind. Looks like that's what he's deciding to do. Bet about a half a mil. 475 is the bet. Medesu won't be able to fold here for this price. Does call the 475k. We'll get the bad news. As Jerry Fall asked, it will be interesting to see what he does. He folded ace-5 under the gun a couple of hands ago. How would I play his stack? Well, the clue about how I play is in the name, Action Dan. If I had just shy of 200 big blinds at this feature table, I would certainly be putting those chips to work. Although with a stack of that magnitude, you could just go and have a little snooze for yourself. I like action. I like playing hands. I'm Irish. We like to gamble. And I would be getting involved every chance that I could. Having said that, I am a big advocate of momentum. And if the momentum is shifting away from me, say, for example, I lost a big pot, got my hand, arm, and foot caught in the cookie jar, I would tighten up and regain my image a little bit. But psychologically, seeing that much chips in front of me would not be making me want to fold that often. But thank you for your question. I hope that gives you a good analysis of how I would play his stack if I was lucky enough to be sitting in his seat right now, but I am not. But they say jealousy is just somebody we should be learning from. And comparison is the thief of joy. Even though you see that man with 12 million chips, expect to see his stack fluctuate. He's not someone that likes sitting around. So 57 players remaining, the average stack just under 2.4 million. The action has been frequent and fast at this feature table, getting a lot of hands in. and the two ladies finding their way into Gianni's hands, facing a Binkowski raise from the cutoff. 3 betting to 380k, leaving himself with 885k behind. Gianni scooping that one with the two ladies. Jerry Fall asks Fall to him what percentage of his range should he be opening. Impossible to say, but a guesstimate in your opinion. I wouldn't be a mathematician now or anything. It would depend how many players to act behind me, who those players are, how much chips they have, how the flow has been, what sort of dynamic is there between me and the opponents left that I have to get through. And then I would consider what my hand is. Then and only then would I put my chips to work. But if we wanted to, we could be raising and opening quite light. But the awareness there is important, that the rest of the table knows that we are going to be opening lighter than normal. That really comes into play when we're on our last level or two of the night and there's the shortest stacks trying to make it through to day 3. That is when we can put ultimate pressure on these stacks. For now, we have to just kind of be aware, have good awareness of what's going on at the table, and realize we don't need to be getting involved, but it's not going to stop us from opening. And here is a good example of that. Hostetler opening from early position, 6, 3 of diamonds. Binkowski calling from the hijack, ace queen off suit. Mihai in the cutoff, 135k. And look at this. What a spot for Liviu Skutaru to pick up ace king of diamonds in the big blind, with all that extra juice out there for the taking. And I predict we got action. Well, Stetler wants to save face here. You're on about how loose can he open. This is about as loose as he wants to be opening. But he doesn't want to immediately release his cards. Wait a few seconds just so they don't think he's raising as light as he is, or opening as light as he is. Back to Binkowski asking for a count. This will be a call from Binkowski. That will enable Mihai to get out of the way. That is my prediction on how events are about to unfold. Original Muffin asks, when's the redraw? I don't believe we have to worry about redraws at this current moment in time. All in the fella, all in the other fella. Binkowski with ace queen off suit. Liviu with a brilliant chance to almost triple up with his ace king at diamonds. 68% for the ace king, 32% for the ace queen. The flop is 8-7-6. No help to the ace queen. Turn is the jack of clubs. Binkowski needing a queen and a queen only on this river, or he will lose 780k. The river, the 8 of diamonds, What a moment for Liviu Skutaru. What level are we currently on, Johan? Thank you, sir. KM says, I think Alan can play looser, but he should stick to playing pots in position. Otherwise, they will exploit his big stack. It comes down to what we think we're being exploited by our opponents. If we are running over them without resistance, there's no reason to just shut up shop. If they are playing back at us, we can start to loosen. Who are you? Don't Donkey thinks I think Johan is like Google. No, he would have just had the answer at that current moment in time, sir. Thank you. Right, Mihai racing to 130k with the Queen 10 off suit from the hijack. KM says the problem is that you have to hit because your stack isn't as deep as your opponent's big stack, whereas the opponent can float and peel and bluff without repercussions. This is very true, KM. Great point. The stack don't lie. That is where the fear factor comes in, especially if we are playing out of position against big stacks. They can put so much pressure on us. So if we're calling on the flop or the turn, we have to realize most times we could be faced with a double and triple barrel. Therefore, we have to play more cautiously. If we are going to play the flop, we have to be going with our hands more on the turn and river. I don't know who is the most exploitable player at the table at the moment. The most exploitable players are usually the ones with the shortest stacks because they have less moves in their arsenal. It depends on what exploitable tendencies they are showing to their opponents. Action incoming here. Liviu 3-betting with the kings of kings to 500k. Justinas getting everyone else to fold. Justinas' 6 is not continuing. Liviu will pick that one up. We do want action, but unfortunately we could not get action on that occasion. Flop is Jack, 4, 3, 2 hearts. Bet of 175k from Hostetler. We'll take this one down. Sorry if you feel like I am putting the chat to sleep. Who are you, donkey? But who are you, donkey? Are you not entertained? Look at Hostetler. He's playing a generous amount of the hands that we have watched so far. I know you were only joking. We like to have fun here. Jerry Fall says never think it's a good idea to show your cards. It can be a good strategy to show your cards. It is better to show a bluff if you are going to use that to your advantage and put that in your arsenal for later on. You can really tilt a player if it's a big enough pot in a big enough situation where they are mentally crippled afterwards. In terms of showing big pocket pairs and you having the nuts all the time, it doesn't really do much for your reputation. You're just showing the table that you're a card rack and you keep getting hand after hand. So it can be a good idea to show cards at the right time, but in general we want to keep all information away from our opponents. This is a game of incomplete information. The more information we can gather on the players at our table, the better it is for us, and the more information we can conceal and not give out, the better it is for us also. Flop is Queen, Jack, 4, Hostetler, bottom pair, the same as Benkowski. Benkowski betting 75k gets called quickly by Hostetler. The turn coming to 9 of spades. Goes check, the river, the 8 of diamonds. Bet from Hostetler. Gets Benkowski to fold a 4. Hostetler taking that one down. Jerry Fall asks, what are your top 3 tips for playing a 3-day event like this? My number 1 tip would be to stay away from the bar the night before and get a good sleep. Johan had it wrote the exact same time I said it. Liviu picking up kings and kings once more with an all-in in front of him by Justinus. No alcohol the night before. Try get a good sleep, although that can be sometimes out of your hands. A breakfast that doesn't contain a large amount of carbohydrates, or something that will slow you down. A small bit of exercise is good also. This is absolute action here. Benkowski asking for a count. This pot is going to be out of control in the moment. Unless Benkowski can somehow make the hero of all hero folds. Just not possible with that stack size. We are facing a pot 4.525 million, three-way all in. Ace 5 of spades for Justinus. Ace king of diamonds for Benkowski. But way out in front is Liviu Scotaru, who's had quite the spin up so far since he got moved to this table with 55 players remaining. Can he knock out Justinus and Benkowski? Nine, three, deuce. What a flop for Justinus. Straight draw, flush draw. The turn, the jack of diamonds evens things out for the king. 75% for the Cowboys to eliminate two players, as we will see the river. It is the queen of clubs. Benkowski is eliminated. Justinus is eliminated. Liviu, who just had 8 big blinds when he got moved to this table, is now playing a huge stack. What a moment for this man. That's a lot of chips. He's got some ammo to fight against Hostetler. Pay jump incoming, 51 players remaining. pay jump has already been reached, actually. So all players guaranteed €2,725. Mihai has limped and Gianni has moved all in. So 50 players remaining now. The average stack 2.7 million. Modesu in the hijack, ace-9 off suit. Mihai in the cutoff, 8-6 of clubs. Gianni calling on the button. Four-way action to the flop. 580k in the middle. Ace, ace, queen. It's an action killer really for all hands involved. All check to the turn, which is the 7 of diamonds. All check again, the river, the 6 of diamonds. Mihai betting with his pair of 6s. Gets everyone to fold. New player at the table, Marco, King 10 off suit. AM calling 30k more with 8-5 of diamonds. Desu checking with 8-7 of clubs. Bob is Jack 9 deuce 2 clubs. Nice flop from Odesu. We'll take that one down. .49 players remaining now. There's a man you all recognize, Mikhail Mrakesh. Mihai raising to 130k. Liviu in the cutoff with the Jeffries, 2 red jacks. Three bet to 350k. Back to Mihai. Ace, Queen, 5 is the flop. If you're not familiar with that man, go check him out. Check his hand and mob, Mikhail Mrakesh, with a string of results all over. But he's had quite a successful year at the King's Resort. The only man to have more of a successful year, of course, is Dorian Melhers. The view betting 250k. Mihai gonna have to let his 8s go here. He does do that indeed. That is the last hand before a short break, ladies and gentlemen, but stay tuned and don't go anywhere for more action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov for the Euro Poker Millions Day 2. Stay tuned.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge, located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena, to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Alrighty, we are back for more live action from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. This is the Euro Poker Millions Day 2. Small blind is now 40k, big blind is now 80k, with an 80k running big blind ante. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen there are 49 players remaining from a starting field of 2,258. Hostetler playing basically 12 million chips, which is still good for 150 big blinds almost. We'll raise from the small and take it down. And people are making me aware of a high roller in progress. Although that wouldn't mean necessarily that this field would be softer, because a lot of them would have played this first. It does mean if they're in the high roller, they're no longer in this tournament. Meaning there mightn't be as many sickos left in this as normal. Marco in the small with the Jeffries, 2 black jacks. Uh-oh, action. Miguel Marques. Pocket Kings at Kings. Space Cowboys. Moves it all in. Marco snaps them off. This pot is out of control. 3.7 million. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. All the chips are in the middle. Big moment for both players. Marco in dire straits against the Pocket Kings of Miguel Marques. What a cooler blind v blind. The flop 6-3 deuce. Turn the 8 of spades, just a jack and a jack only, or Miguel Marques is going to get a significant double up here. The river, the Queen of Hearts, no good. Marco, sorry, will not be eliminated. He will be left with 5 big blinds. I thought it was the other way around. My apologies. GG Marco, not quite, because he's still going to have 440k. That's significant action to get this the second half underway. We're in 3 halves tonight. We've had the first half. This is the second half, and the third half will be the last 2 levels. This is the middle section, 3 levels. This is the first of the second half. No apocalypse. There's no fourth, fifth, and sixth half. It's just 3 halves tonight we're doing. First half is over. This is the first level of the second half. Tomorrow it'll just be the first level of day 3. But with all this football talk going on, I thought I'd give an input, just call it a game of 3 halves tonight, not 2. Bit of confusion at this late hour of a Sunday evening. Got to get your kicks while you can. Gianni, pocket sevens, raise 200k. Marco all in with the last of his readies, going across the line, 440k. The decision on Mihai now, 360k more for him to call. With an open from Gianni to 2.5x with only 15 big blinds behind. And then the all in for 440k for 5.5 big blinds. Will perhaps get Mihai to let this go. Looks like he is coming in with a 4-bet. Basically, the all-in behind will get the sevens to fold. Now, the action not so interesting. We'll be going to Splitsville. Chop it up. 48 players remaining now. Ace Jack back in the house, this time for Liviu. Takes down the blinds and antes. Mikael raises to 175k from the cutoff. Liviu looking for a count or just a rough idea of how much chips Marrakesh is playing. AM with 6 blinds, Marco with 7, Gianni 12, Modestu with 13, then everyone far greater stack than that. Mikhail Marrakesh with 49, Mihai with 53, Liviu with 68, but way out in front is Hostetler with 150 big blinds. Action. Gianni raises to 300k, basically committing himself from the button. AM calling it off with Queen 10 of diamonds. Liviu with pocket eights, 3-way all in here. And it is Liviu with a dominating stack over his two opponents. Gianni having a million. The effective stack he's going against, he would still have 4.4 million if he was to lose this hand. Gianni, however, can double up and then some. AM needing help, gets it on the flop. Queen 7-4, 1 diamond. Out flopping Gianni and Liviu. Turn is the 3 of spades. The river, the 5 of clubs. What a spot for AM to triple up. Gianni will be eliminated. Liviu will win the rest of that pot. That skyrockets AM basically quadrupling up. Crazy how much money was out there for him to call it off for his last 4 bigs. Hostetler, King Jack of Diamonds under the gun. $175 is the bet. Murkesh doubled up a couple of hands ago. Huge cooler, blind v blind. He had kings in the big blind. His opponent had jacks in the small. The kings were uncrackable on this occasion. Surprise, surprise, Mikel is deep in another event at Kings. What a resume that man has. Now Marco deciding with ace-7 off suit under the gun. He's into a full table here. The blinds and antes are about to hit him, but ace-7 off suit's not going to play that well against a calling range. If I would much prefer a jam here if he was suited. Marco is going for it. Review raising to 175k. Action, Marco, 8 bigs, shoves it in for 720k, 545k more for Liviu to call, and I predict we will see him call. Under the 10 big blinds, he can certainly afford it. It's right around that zone. Looks like he's going to fold. Puts his cards back. He's torn between the two. The tap of the fingers. I just think he's getting too good of a price. Calls the additional 545k. 1.560 million in the pot. 20 big blinds. The ladies way out in front of Marco. Flop is Jack 10 deuce, all spades. Liviu hitting a piece of this with his pair of tens. Marco without a spade. Neither player without or with a spade. The turn coming the 8 of spades. 4 spades on board now. A flush on board would chop it up. Ace or a 10 for Liviu. Liviu needed, does not hit it. The deuce of clubs. Marco will double up with his queens. Liviu taking a small hit, but will still be playing just shy of 5 million. Odessu moving all in. Ace 8 of diamonds for his last 11 big blinds from the cutoff. This will be a call for Mikel. Odessu in trouble. Mikel way out in front, all in the fella. Call from the other fella. 1.88 million in this pot. Flop is queen, queen 4. Turn is the 5 of spades. Modesu needing help on this river or he will be eliminated in 46th place. The river, the king of spades. Modesu eliminated. Mikel playing a whopping stack now. Well over 60 big blinds. Liviu raising 180k from under the gun with pocket tens. Do you know the Muffin Man? It was impression of a Muffin Man. Original Muffin says, I taste like gambling. That'd make quite the t-shirt. Perhaps we could get on to the King's merch and ask them if they want some new slogans. Mikel playing over 4.5 million chips now, raising to 175k with 7-5 off suit on the button. Mihai calling with 10-7 of hearts from the small, and Liviu putting his chips to work here with an unknown hand from the big blind. The 3-bet coming to the tune of 405k. Interesting. Mikel call coming along for 230k more. Too small of a 3-bet here from Liviu is what I'm thinking. Flop is Jack, 3-3. 1.3 million in this pot suddenly, ladies and gentlemen. Check from the small. Liviu is reaching. Wow, Liviu has a nappy hand, 4 deuce off suit. This is really interesting. Mikel sniffs something out here and is raising to 725k. Must have picked up on a tell. Also the sizing Liviu chose on this board was very small. Liviu eventually folds. Rakesh taking that pot down. The discussion going on what an original muffin is. I would have thought that a muffin would be like a chocolate muffin, a blueberry muffin, a raspberry muffin, plenty of sugar in it that you would have with a coffee or a tea. Also an English breakfast muffin that you could put a fried egg and some bacon and cheese on. You're telling me it's a sourdough bread that is sliced in half. Marco, ace king of clubs. I don't like this shove from Marco. If it is the English muffin I am thinking of, I get them in Lidl or Aldi. I fry an egg and I make what you would get at McDonald's, like a breakfast McMuffin, only I make them homemade myself. Of course, with a bit of cheese, bacon, sometimes a little bit of mushroom. I made homemade cheese sauce earlier. Homemade fries. No muffins this time. I did have a fried egg, alright. Some homemade cheese whiz to go on top with some steak. And I have been too full ever since. That is my confession for today. Liviu, we cannot see his cards once more. We have 3 new players at this table, it seems. Zoran Lordovic. KM says over 100k for a €500 buy-in. Yeah, it's just astonishing. Kings have done it again, smashed it out of the park. Original Muffin says, remember when 3 out of 7 stack called all in with Jack on a 10k ticket bubble? I remember. You like member berries? I love the member berries. South Park is the best. 45 players remaining now. Pay jump looming from 1875 to 2350 on the next elimination. Meanwhile, Zoran in the small Jack 7 of diamonds. Member berries are one of my favorite things. I have a member berries jumper. I have 2 member berries t-shirts. I have a member berries towel. I have a member berries mug. I remember. Well, Stetler would have been going nowhere with his pocket 4s. Shows them. I get a ban on "Who Are You, Donkey" there. I'm very offended by that obscenity that was just used in the chat box. Very distressed. As Mikel raises to 175k with the ace king offsuit from under the gun. Yeah, that's it now. Get out the ban hammer. I've of all the foul language to use. That word, terrible. And another new player at the table, Dennis. Ace King off suit. Ace King and Ace Jack are flying out the door at this table tonight so far. Another new player, Frank Tupiana. Queen Jack off suit and the hijack. Lets it go. Zoran with the pocket rockets. It's all in for his last mill. Dennis going to be calling this one. Where you donkey says, whoever got a problem with me, just DM Finton. Well, they say if you've got a problem with someone, it's your problem. All in and call, 2.34 million in the middle. The aces of Zoran. The ace king offsuited Dennis. Flop, oh my god. King, king, six. Always a surprise around the corner at kings. That is a horrendous flop for the pocket rockets. Bing bang boom, just like that. Zoran set to double up. Instead is eliminated in 45th place, and he is disgusted. Looks like he's about to cry. What can you do, sir? Dennis the Menace stacks some newfound gold. Getting updated, the chip counts. Shortest stack at the table is AM with 13 blinds. Marco at 19. Frank 24. Me high 46. Liviu 57. Dennis 72. Mikel 74. And Hostetler still hovering just over 150 big blinds. Frank with the ladies. Frank raising to 180k. A pay jump has been reached. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen there are 44 players remaining now. Mihai in the big blind, ace queen off suit. Most likely just wants to see a flop with this one. Calls the additional 100k, 480k in the middle. Flop is 10-4 deuce rainbow. Bet of 150k from Frank. That looks like a raise. It's a raise to 345k from Mihai, just with ace high here on 10-4 deuce rainbow. A non-believer. The jack of clubs hitting the turn. Mihai checking now, 1.1 million in the middle. He's firing again. Well, he was check raised on the flop. He's betting the turn. Looks like 400k. It's 500. Mihai kind of check raising on the flop to see where he was at. Figuring his ace high was best at the time. Problem is, if Mihai was to call here on the turn, there's just a million behind in Frank's stack. As we hit the river, there's already 1.67 million in the pot. Looks like he wants to call, but the stack to pot ratio is too small to go into the river. Thinks on it for a little while and lets it go. Nice pot for Frank. eights for AM. 10 big blinds, moves it all in. As you've heard the man, the blinds are up. Small blind 50k, 100k big blind with 100k running big blind ante. Yes, thank you, Johan the man. We are indeed now on level 26 of 29 levels to be played tonight. Dennis calling with the King Jack of Spades. Action, all in, the fella, all in, the other fella. Flop 2.2, or the pot 2.2 million. Flop is Jack 9-6. Great flop for Dennis, out flopping the pocket eights of AM. Turn is the ace of clubs. AM in serious trouble as we hit the river. He needs an 8 or he will be eliminated in 44th place. Cannot get it done. It's the 9 of spades. Dennis will win another pot. Dennis the Menace is having a good start so far at this feature table. Dennis is indeed feeling hot. Not as hot as Alain Hostetler, however, playing. Look at the amount of white chips in front of him. Just incredible. 12 mil balls. He's good for 120 big blinds currently. PM saying that Alan has been quiet. He will pick up the pace, especially the last two levels of the night. Like I keep saying, he's a field player. If he likes his cards and wants to play, he'll play them. He doesn't have to like his cards, but he might just want to play the hand, and he will do just that. Certainly not a man who just waits around for aces. Speaking of which, she's raising with the 7-4 of hearts into a full table. 225k is the raise. Everyone folding. Ace 5 of diamonds raising to 225k from the hijack. As 42 players remaining now. Franck on the button. King 8 of hearts. Chips in hand, that would indicate a 3-bet incoming. Three bet is to 550k. Now the action back to Mihai. Ace 5 of diamonds, 325k more from the call, and he does do just that. $1.35 million in the middle as we see the flop, which is 9-8 deuce, 2 clubs. Bet of 420k from Frank. Not much in it here for Mihai. Miguel raising, ace 10 of diamonds, 225k to go. Dennis now playing nearly 7 million. It's a lot of spondules around this time of the night. We are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. Find out all about that merchandise and indeed the resort itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. Meanwhile, back to the action. Frank raising to 200k with the King Jack off suit from under the gun +2. Miguel calling. The additional 100k. Ace King 4 is the flop. No help to Miguel at all. Lets that one go instantly. Hostetler raising to 225k. Mihai calling in the big blind with deuces. Flop is Queen 8-3. Turn is a deuce. Action card, giving Hostetler a flush draw, but Mihai is set. 200k is the bet from Hostetler. Mihai with the raise to 550. Hostetler calls the additional 350k. The river. This could spell trouble for Hostetler. He's rivered the nut flush. Mihai rivering the full house. Going runner, runner, full house for Mihai. This is just going to get jammed and called. Hostetler. He hates it. Realizes the board is paired. I don't see any way he gets away from this. We've seen him make some big folds, but not this time. Not with this stack size also. It's just a sick run out for him. What is he supposed to do? Hostetler is always smelling something. He's not someone who just snaps. Think of some of the folds we've seen him make over the last few months when he is at the feature table. He's very much a field player, and he goes with his gut a lot of the time. If he doesn't feel like he's ahead, he'll fold. But in that particular spot, he's handcuffed. I don't see why he's calling the turn to hit his hand on the river. Granted, it paired the board. He just can't fold enough flush there. Still playing just under 10 million. Just the fact he tanked is sick. Yes, that's a very good point. Great comment. That's exactly what I was getting at. The fact that he doesn't even snap, he wanted to think about it, is remarkable in my opinion. Most players have their money in before the other guy has even gone all in. Big moment there for Mihai, doubling up to nearly 50 bigs. It's evening out nicely at this table. This table is getting very interesting. We've got 4 to 5 stacks in between 40 to 70 blinds, which is nice stacks to have at the feature table. Not too many shorties and one stack of almost 100 big blinds belonging to Hostetler. Expect to see a lot of action at this table with those stack sizes. Lots of chips floating around, as to be expected in such a brilliant event as the Euro Poker Millions. So much play involved in these events. Frank raising to 200k. Liviu 3-betting to 550. Liviu with the ace-king off suit. Frank with a hand he could call with. Hand is strong. Ace-10 of clubs. Problem is he's raised under the gun and got 3-bet under the gun +1, which was usually scream strength. For 350k more and such a nice suited pretty hand, he will call. Flop is 10-8-8, out flopping Liviu's ace-king. Bet at 350k from Liviu. Gonna get called here. Naturally enough from Frank, flopping top pair, backdoor flush draw to go with his ace high. Jack of hearts. Hostetler has won a few things, if my memory serves me correct, when I checked out his hand and mob. River, the 7 of diamonds on the river. The river, the 7 of diamonds. 2 million in the middle. Check from Frank. Now, Liviu holding the ace of diamonds. Could have been a candidate to bluff. But the board very scary. Frank will take that one down. Wouldn't pull the trigger on that one. Marco, the shortest stack with 12 bigs. Perhaps he could have bluffed with the ace of diamonds, as the board was pretty scary at that stage. If you're going to bluff there, you want to be bluffing a big sizing. Depends what you're trying to target to fold. You're not going to get the fold. Not going to get the fold out that many hands in that situation, so therefore ace king might just have showdown. It is a 3-bet pot pre. Mihai raising to $250,000 on the button. Frank with the ace king off suit, putting the 3-bet together. Three bet is to $1 million. Quite a good level happening here for Frank. A lot of play going on at this table. I like it. Dennis on the button, ace-8 of clubs. $225 is the raise. Review calls 125k more. Pocket sevens. King 3 deuce. 2 spades is the flop. Bet of 325k gets called. turn is the 10 of hearts. Goes check, check. The river, the 3 of clubs. Check from the pocket 7s. Dennis decides to give it up. 1.2 million will go in the way of Livio. Nice to be winning these small pots rather than losing them. And it's interesting to see Hostetler opening a wider range to have connectors, and he'll just fold an ace-3 suited. Perhaps a little bit tilted after losing that pot with the nut flush, but he's had it all his own way at the feature table. And part of the brilliance of having such a large stack is you can take hits such as the one we've seen him take and still be hovering around 100 big blinds. That's what the chips are there for, to be able to survive coolers even if we lose them, if we are on the wrong side of them. Dennis raising from the cutoff here. Frank on the button. Ace deuce off suit for Dennis. Frank with the queen jack. Lets it go. Small blind is out of the way. Round to Nicky, our new player at the table. 7 deuce off suit. Go on, Nicky. 1.5 million. Nicky lets it go. Marco all in. 12.7 blinds under the gun. Ace king off suit. 40 players now remaining. Nicky, the raise, Jack 6 off suit from the button. Now if I know my Hostetler, he won't just fold 10-9 of clubs here. Wants to see a flop. Calls the additional 150k. Marco now in the big blind, Queen 9. Flop, King, 8, 3, 2 hearts. Goes check, check quickly. Turn is the ace of diamonds. Nicky gonna have to bet something here. Sides to river a pair instead. Might have took a stab at that before the river with just Jack high. Not much showdown. Nicky cut off 7-5 of diamonds, playing 69 big blinds. Min raise. Mikel wants to see a flop with 6 deuce off suit. Flop is ace, queen, 3, 2 spades. Nicky checks back with the 7 high. Turn comes the 4 of clubs. Now if I was Mikel, I might bet that turn with an inside straight draw. Mikel just folding. That's not like the Mikel I know now. Might have just took that one down on the turn with a bet. Interesting to see him not bet his equity there, albeit a small amount of equity, but surely knows he can't win with 6 high. Raise from Nicky from the hijack, 8-7 of clubs. Mikel with the ace jack. Flop is queen 8-7. Good flop for Nicky. Mihai coming in for the ride with 5 deuce in the big blind. The boys are out. Frank, 225k to go with ace jack off suit. Liviu with 2 black queens right beside him. The ladies playing 40 bigs to start the hand will come in for a 3-bet. We'll get Hostetler to fold his ace-10 of spades. And look at this, Mikel behind with pocket jacks. The Jeffries will just call on the button for 650k. One of his jacks is mucked. Well, it's not mucked, but it's in Frank's hands. I don't suspect we will see Frank continue here. 3-bet beside him and an overcall on the button. Ace jack off suit just not going to play that well in this spot, but it is only 425k more for him to call. The pot is 1.775 million. The flop is 9-9-5-2 spades. As we've had one more elimination, 39 players remaining now. And this could spell trouble for Mikel. Both players with an overpair to the board here, and I suspect action. Bet of 500k from Liviu. We could very well see all in the fella. Liviu only playing 28 big blinds behind. Mikel knowing his overpair can be good here a lot of the time, but perhaps just wants to see a turn. Looks like a raise. Raise to 1.2 million. And now, the way he does that is so creepy. It's like he's just auto-mucking his cards, then he'd slide them back. I'm fairly certain we will see all in the fella, all in the other fella. No, he could decide to just call 700k more. I don't think we're ever going to see him fold. The way Mikel has played this hand looks scary enough though. just overcalling on the button, now raising the flop. The thing is, Mikel has jacks or tens here when he does this. Also, kings and aces. Not many other hands, unless he had like a flush draw, 2 overcards to the flop. I don't blame Liviu for tanking here. But we are up against Mikel Marrakesh, who is well capable of making moves. Liviu seems quite scatterbrained, like he's not sure what he wants to do here. His body language indicates like he is considering folding, but he does flick it in and he hates it. All in the fella, all in the other fella. 8.4 million in this pot. Liviu's face looked disgusted putting his money in over the line. Mikel obviously devastated to see that his Jeffreys are in very bad trouble. It says 100% beside Liviu's 2 ladies. It must mean there was jacks folded pre-flop. Turn 7, river 3. Mikel Marrakesh is going to be down to 14 big blinds. Liviu gets 4.4 million richer. That changes things. Liviu Scutaru had 8 big blinds when he got moved to our table earlier. He now has 83. Then Nicky 78, 60 for Dennis, Frank with 49, Mihai 43. Mikel now has 13. The shortest stack at the table is Marco with 12. And of course our chip leader is still Hostetler, but Liviu after that huge pot is just 10 big blinds behind him. Some really interesting action happening at this feature table. Surprise, surprise, Ace King is back. This time Nicky has it, raising to 200k from early position. 38 players remaining now. Frank defending in the big blind with ace-3 off suit. Queen Jack 8, 2 diamonds is the flop. Ace King out in front. KM said he's surprised to see the pocket trees folding there from under the gun +1. So was I. just is a testament to how strange Alain Hostetler plays. Bet 150k from Nicky. Terrible flop for Frankie's out the way. Jack 10 offsuit, folding from the cutoff, seemed a bit too tight. The raise of 225k coming from Dennis from the button with ace queen offsuit. Very strange choice of cards for Frank to 3-bet, but he is going to 3-bet to 750k with the king 3 offsuit from the small. Liviu almost like he's going to do something with the nappy hand here, the 5 deuce. And now back to Dennis. I think calling here is fine. Maybe even optimal to keep in all the weaker hands that Frank would 3-bet from the small that we dominate. Jack 9-4, 2 spades is the flop. One more elimination, 35 players remaining now. Frank betting 430k gets called. This pot now, ladies and gentlemen, is 2.5 million. Turn coming the 9 of diamonds. And Frank is reaching. This is remarkable stuff unfolding here. Bet of 800k. Dennis just with ace high. And we don't really want to have a queen in our hand because that blocks our opponent from having all the draws that will continue betting here with a queen. Dennis not liking this one. And with two flush draws on board, he might want to see a river. Not believing his opponent. Does let it go. Very interesting bluff from Frank. And one of the most entertaining hands we've seen all night. Marco with 10 blinds, Mikel with 11, Mihai 35, Dennis 40 now, Frank now 50, Nicky 67, Liviu with 68 and Hostetler 77. As the blinds are up, ladies and gentlemen, the small blind is 60k, big blind 120k with 120k running big blind ante. Uh-oh, what a time to run into it here. Marco all in, the fella for 12 bigs, Nicky calling. 2.7 million in the middle. Nicky set to eliminate Marco in 35th place. Nothing Marco can do here with such a pretty hand from early position. Shove it all in, hope to stay alive. Flop, ace, jack, 9. A glimmer of hope for Marco. An inside straight draw and backdoor flush draw working for him. But it's going to be hard to crack the set of aces of Nicky. The turn is the 5 of diamonds. Always a surprise around the corner at kings. He now needs a diamond or a 10. 27% as we hit the river. The river is the 5 of clubs. He cannot get it done. Marco has been eliminated. Nicky will add 1.3 million to his stack and we will be down to 34 players. All players now guaranteed €2,850. Kings at kings for Hostetler. Raises to 275. New player at the table, Boogie. Everyone folding. Hostetler will get the blinds and antes showing the Cowboys to the table. And the universe will keep on rolling while the world keeps on spinning. The Jeffries for Dennis. Raised to $250,000. Stettlers folds his garbage 7 deuce. The Jeffries take the blinds and antes this hand. Once again, the world keeps on spinning as we have had another elimination, so just 33 players remaining now. Boogie on the button here, ace-7 off suit. Playing 32 big blinds, just shy of 4 million in the stack. Decides to let that go. Bit tight now to be folding ace-7 on the button. Hostetler in the small. Am I missing out on something? We just see a button fold ace-7 and the small blind folding ace-4. Are they that scared of this man? Gets a walk with his king-8. But not just any ordinary walk. The button walks with ace-7. The small blind walks with ace-4. They need to stop walking and start running. That is just over adjusting to having a beast in your blinds. He is human. He might be a professional. He might be an animal as a King's Resort reg, crushing people after tournament, but how often are we going to even have an ace in the blinds to play in the first place? That is the most shocking thing I've seen all day. You can only imagine the things that I see that are shocking in Ireland. Meanwhile, back in the ranch, we've had another elimination. 32 players remaining now. Ace King 4, 2 spades is the flop. Turn coming the 8 of spades, 1.2 million in the middle now. Both players with the same hand, of course. Although Mihai now has a much better hand with the Queen of Spades for a nut flush draw, betting 420k. Really strange raise from Liviu here without a spade in his hand, without an ace in his hand, without a king in his hand. Just Queen 10 of diamonds. Mihai calling 530k more. There's over 3 million in this pot now as we hit the river. River is the ultimate brick, the 3 of clubs. And now Mihai taking that move away from his opponent. I love it. And Liviu asking for a count. Mihai's going to win a really nice pot here. That will do. That will do, pig. That'll do. 2 ways to win the hand. Miss, I can jam. If I hit, I let my opponent bluff it off. I like your style, Mihai. And it is quite the pot. 5.8 million in there. Liviu obviously has to save some face here after raising the turn. That will do. Gets the job done for Mihai. Mikael finding a pair on the button. Does the virtual all in, not all in, with 32 remaining. Then it's tanking in the big with Jack 7 off suit. 4 folding. Liviu, this time with the goods, the kings are kings. 100 a gun, 280 to go with the Cowboys. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this buggy has serious Roger Federer vibes about him. Hold it around to Mihai. On the button, Queen Jack of Spades. Queen 5-3 is the flop, 1 diamond. As we've had one more elimination, so 31 players remaining now. Big blind checks. The kings for Liviu. Continuation bet of 330k. Frank continues. Turn the deuce of clubs. Now, sizing wise, if you doesn't want to go too small on this turn, that's somewhere in the region of 600, 650k. Seems good. $625k is the bet. Frank has a good shot straight draw. That will give him a straight all the way to the 6. He does have a straight blocker if he wanted to get frisky and funky with it on the turn. Decides to let it go. Dennis on the button, ace 5 offsuit. The view, queen 9 of hearts. $205k more to call. Ace 10 5, 2 spades. Checks it over to Dennis. Flops 2 pair. Bets 325k. Boogie, 6-5 at diamonds. Don't see how he'll be opening this one, but I am wrong, it looks like. Did not see him open ace 7 offsuit on the button, but now he is choosing to raise under the gun into a full table with 6-5 at diamonds. I like it. I'll allow it. Folded all the way around to the button. As we've had one more elimination, 30 players remaining. Everyone folding. And 100 of the day. Boogie taking that one down. Do you not think he looks a bit like Roger Federer? I'm getting Roger Federer vibes. For sure. Yeah, he wasn't a doppelganger now or anything, just a small bit. Nice to see the guys at the table chatting away. 4.5 million the average stack, always friendly. Enjoyable environment to play in, the King's Resort. Raised to 250,000 from the cutoff from Frank with the 10-9 off suit. Boogie with the 2 ladies in the big blind. This guy is a tricksy little hobbit, cause calling 130k more with such a strong hand in the big, concealing the strength of his hand. Ace 5 deuce is the flop. Continuation bet of 250,000 from Frank. You did indeed call it, KM. Turn coming to 3 of spades. Not much Frank can do on this board. Smacking the perceived defending range from the big blind. Value bet time for Boogie. Blockerish type sizing / value bet. Good evening, Mort. Come on in. The water's lovely. Still 2 more levels after this one to go tonight, just in time. Lots of action taking place at the feature table. Frank gets out of the way. Not much he can do there with 10 high.
We can see the screen. We can see in 30 minutes. But I will see. Tonight I'm going to sleep and I'm going to watch. When you tell me what you have, I can tell you what I have. I had a monster in the big blind. I found three aces. Queens, you that?
Nicky now playing 9.2 million, 9.125. Be precise, raising to $250,000 from the button with 10-6 of diamonds. Short stack is still Mikel, struggling with 14 bigs. Boogie 39, Frank 39, Dennis 44, Mihai 48, Liviu 58, Stetler 75, and out in front now for the first time Stetler has lost a chip lead, albeit just by a couple of bigs, to Nicky, playing 78 big blinds. Nicky in the cutoff, ace jack off suit. Flop is ace 6-8. Inside straight draw for Mikel. Nicky with the top pair, jack kicker. Mikel might decide to just flick it in here for 150k, see what the turn brings. Decides to let it go. Good night, Apocalypse. See you tomorrow. Rest up. Thank you for your help. Me high, Jack 10 off suit, 130k more for him to call. Ace 10-7, 2 hearts is the flop. Bet a 175 from Nicky. Betting a call, 1 million in the middle now as we turn. Go to the turn of king of clubs. Check from me high now, Nicky. Going to reach again, it looks like. Is indeed going for a second barrel. 460k is the bet. Review, pocket tens. Raises to 280k. Mihai, the small. Dennis has gone for a squeeze here from the big blind with King 8 offsuit. Sandwiched in between two pocket tens. One in the small blind, one from under the gun plus one. Most likely Livio would just call. That would bring in Mihai also. Wow. Livio gets out of the way of pocket tens. Big fold from Livio. Interesting spot for Mihai. Calling from the small blind, being out position sucks. The hand as strong as tens. I can't believe both players folded a hand as strong as pocket tens there, but the squeeze looking very strong from Dennis from the big blind to an under the gun plus one open. But ultimately the big blind getting far too much respect in that particular situation.
You want to see our card again?
And we will have a break after this hand, ladies and gentlemen, but do not go anywhere because there is more action to come live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We will have 2 more levels tonight. Either that or 6 more eliminations. Mihai raising to 260k on the button. Frank calling with the 8-6 off suit. Flop coming Jack 8 deuce. 2 diamonds. Great flop for Mihai. Not so good for Frank flopping a piece of it, however, with middle pair 6 kicker. Bet of 325k from Mihai. Turn coming the ace of diamonds, 1.35 million in the middle now. Bit of 350k on the turn. The river coming to 5 of hearts, 2 million in the middle now. Flush on the turn for Mihai. With the small bet on the turn, but how much more value does he think he can get? Going for 600k. Very quick call from Frank. Shy baby don't get no sweets, and he certainly wasn't shy putting his money in there. Nice hand for Mihai. Big-ish hit for Frank. He is now down to just the 25 big blinds. We have a short break coming up of less than 15 minutes, so stay tuned for the conclusion of day 2 of the Euro Poker Millions, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Back in a few.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets, the biggest poker names, 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
500,000 chips is wrong, okay? That's a good idea, yeah. We were betting you put the chips in 100s or 25s or...
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the final 2 levels of the Euro Poker Millions, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. The Jack Deuce taking that one down. I was actually eating a piece of fruit, KM, but close enough. Who should be eating fruit at 1 AM anyway? We've got 2 levels left to play tonight, or 6 eliminations. Michael, all in. All in, the fella. Dennis going to be all in, the other fella here with Ace King, and we've got action. Ace King off suit against the pocket 8s. What I would say to you, Johan and KM, is a wizard arrives precisely when he means to. I'm back just in time for this action. 2.6 million already in the pot. We are folded all the way around. Mikel with 1 big blind behind. Queen 9-3, good flop from Mikel's pocket 8s. All in and call. Whip them over, boys. 2.9 million in the middle. The Ace King behind and in trouble. But it is Mikel that's at risk. Backdoor diamonds working for Dennis, and Ace or a King also. Running straight cards perhaps, but Mikel's pocket 8, 69%. As we see the turn. Turn is the King of Spades. What a crushing turn card from Mikel's pocket 8s. The river coming to Queen of Hearts. Nothing anyone can do there. Dennis the Menace will extend his chips all the way up to almost 8 million. KM, that's what a weirdo eating fruit. Yeah, I just had a bowl of fruit beside me. A bit of fruit left. Give me that extra bit of energy to get over the finish line. Going over the last of the fences tonight. Got to keep your horse fed. Even though I'd be more of a pig than a horse. Actually would, I'd just be a hog. I'm in my 30s now, I'm a full hog. We have introduced the purple chips, the purple 500k chips. They are all a $500,000 each. 5 eliminations away from the conclusion of day, conclusion of day 2, where we'll play the last 2 levels. 29 remaining now. Small blind 80k, big blind 160k with 160k running, big blind ante. Frank in the cutoff, ace 10 off suit. Raising to 350k, 16 big blinds behind. round to bogey in the small blind, or the big blind with ace-9 off suit. Against the cutoff open, this is a very good candidate for a jam. Decides to fold. It has to be said here, guys, this boogie guy is playing very strange. Open 6-5 of diamonds under the gun, folded ace-7 off suit on the button. Had a very rejammable, at the very least, call with the ace-9. Must have a read or a tell or something. He's folded the ace-9 off suit. What I would be getting from this player is he's very much a field player, just like Hostetler. .28 players now remaining. We've had another elimination. Also a pay jump incoming. Dennis with the open, king-9 off suit. Liviu Scutaru, pocket jacks. Coming in with the 3-bet. Betting this one to 1.2 million. Dennis giving a giggle before folding. Fold all the way around to Nicky in the cutoff. Raises 350k with Queen Deuce of Spades. $27 players remaining now. The average stack 5 million. Pocket 10s for Frank. Pay jumps to €3,375. Mihai out of the way. Playing well, Mihai. Been impressed with some of the hands he's took down so far tonight. Pocket 8s for Dennis. Most likely will just call. Flop is ace 7 5, 2 diamonds. Check from the pocket 8s. Frank bets 350k. Then Dennis obliges him to see a turn card. That turn is a very interesting 6 of hearts, giving Dennis an open ender now. Quickly goes check, check, and the river comes the king of diamonds. Two 10s. Nice pickup for Frank, 1.6 million in that pot. Nicky raising to 350k. Hostetler calling 350k with Queen Jack of Hearts. $1.1 million in the middle as we will see the flop. Pocket 5 is Nicky. Queen Jack suited of Hostetler. Jack 4 3 rainbow is the flop. Check from Nicky. Hostetler betting. Interesting check fold from Nicky with 2 overcards. Just 1 overcard to his pocket pair. I'd like to see him perhaps call 1 bet and see a turn card, but as it stands, Hostetler flopping huge. Bogey raising, 3:25 to go from early position, ace-7 of clubs. Flop is king, queen, 9, 2 clubs. Pulls check, check, check. Turn to 4 diamonds. Both Dennis and Bogey with no flush draws. The view still with the best of it here. Betting 4.25. Dennis. $2.5 million in this pot as we see the river, which becomes the 10 of spades. What an interesting hand on this river. Can anyone rep a jack credibly? The answer is yes. Bogey reaching. Super interesting stuff from Bogey here, betting 875k. Action back to Liviu. Is getting a decent price, but hard to see what he's ahead of. He's piecing out a call. 2 missed flush draws out there. Does have second pair. The top kicker blocking nut straights, which would be ace jack, of course. But ace jack would play his hand differently, in my opinion. Body language indicates he's about to call. That's a lovely pickup for Liviu. 4.24 million in that pot. And I really like the bet by bookie, designed to get a hand like the one Liviu had to fold. Cannot get the job done. That will do for Liviu. He goes right back to work. Boogie raising the following hand. King Jack offsuit under the gun. 325. As we've had one more elimination, just 26 players remaining now.
Normally you beat nothing, yeah?
Good for this. For nothing.
We've had one more elimination, 25 players remaining now. That means we are just one elimination away from the conclusion of the Euro Poker Millions Day 2. Johan, do you know who is left in the high roller? How big was the buy-in for the high roller? And any other additional information about the high roller? Just ask Google. Mihai with the ace king. I need something stronger than a Red Bull KM. I'm doing sober October, 17 days in. The fruit will keep me going. Stay till the job's done. Frank calling 350k more. $350k total, sorry, from the hijack. Yeah, well, I'm Irish KM, so I don't need any encouragement on that front. Just let a sleeping dog lie. Thank you, Johan the man. King 8-6 is the flop, 2 clubs. Stetler with an inside straight draw. Mihai's ace king out in front here, top pair, top kicker, and queen 10 coming up short on this one. Turn coming the queen of clubs. Nine of hearts hits the river, 2.5 million in this pot. Goes check, check. Mihai taking that one down. Playing nearly 8 million now is Mihai. Hostetler giving a walk with the Jack 6 into the Ace 5 diamonds of Mihai. Boogie letting Ace 9 off suit, going to cut off. Stetler on the button. Same hand. Raising. 350k to go. Round to the big blind of Dennis. Jack 7-6 is the flop. Goes check, check to turn the queen of diamonds. Turn goes check, check also. The river to 5 of clubs. Dennis rivering 2 pair. Hostetler just with the ace high. The view. Scutaru raising 380k with pocket fives from under the gun. Nicky raising under the gun. King Queen off suit. Nicky playing over 10 million. Raising to 350k. Boogie moving all in from under gun +1 with ace 10 of clubs. Uh-oh. Ace king off suit in the small for Frank. This is huge trouble for Boogie. All in the fella, all in the other fella. Boogie's ace 10 of clubs is going to need help, or this is going to end the day. Frank covering Boogie, 68% favorite going into this one. As we see the flop, ace 8-4. Rainbow, really bad news for Boogie. Boogie needing a 10, needing it quick. The turn is the 5 of clubs. No help to Boogie. Frank is one card away from eliminating Boogie in 25th place and bagging up chips. He does. The deuce of diamonds rolling off. Boogie has been eliminated. Frank takes down that pot. We'll now have 6 million. And that is going to do for the last hand of the night, ladies and gentlemen. All players will come back tomorrow. They will bag and tag. We will be back tomorrow at 2:30 Central European time. For now, I will say my farewells and goodbyes. Thank you once again to the moderators and everyone else that help out in the Action Army on Twitch. It really helps throughout the night to answer your questions, keep the flow of conversation going. For now, I've been Action Dan. You've been a great audience. Good night.
Yeah, I lost a big report against him. I called a terrible call on the river.
Is this day van deze? Was a big bet on the river.
No, it was bet, best, and bet, and I called it back. Yeah.
Everybody, get your chip down, please.
Oh, yeah, yeah.